And please just look around in our website. Hi, Ryan. Nice to see you. Good morning. Yesterday you had really great trades. Happy to see you here again. Okay, traders, so back to the economic news again for the new ones, just in a nutshell. Market is dropping. Well, I would not say it's a very strong drop. It's just 0.09 to the downside. Now, triple Q, it's much weaker though, because of the ADP non-farm employment. It got a really disappointing numbers here. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Okay, guys, so let's see what else. As I mentioned you, I feel like I smell like a quite of a profit taking started on the big stocks. Jeff Bezos just it seems like it's supporting me on that opinion because he sold some stake of the Amazon. And here is, guys, some breaking news. Tesla reports 14% decline in vehicle deliveries, making second straight year-over-year drop. Ouch. Thank you, Tesla. As you can see, my short is still running from yesterday on these 50 shares. So I hope I'm going to see a little bit more profit on that. And Microsoft laying off 9,000 workers. This is very much not good news, especially today in the shadows of the bad ADP non-farm employment numbers, guys. So be careful because seems like that maybe at this time the bulls are going to get a little weaker today. I'm not sure. Hi, Tara. Good afternoon to you. Nice to see you here. Okay, HIMS on our radar again, right? All right, guys. What else in here? I'm just checking the news quickly. What happened all around the world. Europe, surprisingly greener. Also, again, they started, all of them indeed, all of the stock exchanges in Europe started much greener, but now they are on a drop again. Asia, mixed. Nikkei up, Hang Seng down. Nikkei 0.50, Hang Seng 0.60 higher. On the dollar index is still weak, $97 area, and the futures, as I mentioned you, especially after the depressing ADP non-farm employment change, which again, as I've seen in the headlines, everyone is blaming the tariffs because of that, is just pushing the futures to the downside. Crypto, it was though quite strong since the morning, and also now it has not touched yet the 108, but I'm going to watch this 108 level on the crypto, on the Bitcoin. To be precise, it looks like strong for today, so we can watch the coin here too. Okay, what else? Stocks set to open lower after ADP data show US using private sector jobs for the first time since 2023. Ouch, that's definitely a little bit concerning news here. What else in here? Elon Musk takes us for fools as he renews his verbal assault on Trump. This happened yesterday, it's still in the news. But again, about the Tesla, the news is the lower delivery numbers, which is not a good news, definitely. So again, Tesla reports 14% decline in vehicles deliveries, making the second straight year-over-year drop. So traders, what do you think about starting or candidates list? So I'm just going to start it now. If you have anything on the list, please just let me know. Lee, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Let's be careful with the semicons today, guys, because, and especially I know you like them because, again, yesterday some profit taking started on the big techs as well, so let's see whether it's going to be continued, but at least we're going to short. Okay, so to the long side I do not have anything yet, but to the short side I'm going to get Tesla again because of that bad news on the delivery, which just declined 14%. To the long side, I don't know, but there are some movers to the upside among the banks, which I am not very much keen and the reason for that all of them are so extended to the upside. Also, guys, the banks are in the news because they're like the major banks like JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Citi rose less than 1% after the firm said they plan to hike dividends after receiving stress test results from the Fed. JP Morgan also announced a new stock buyback program. So seems like they are still completely resilient. It's amazing actually. But again, I'm going to call one bank stock to the long side, but for me it's so extended. I'm not sure I'm going to touch them at all. Yes, I got clever yesterday on the semis. I know, Lee. That's why I wanted to warn you again that let's be careful with the semis today. But Rigetti can be interesting today, guys. 2% higher as Cantor Fitzgerald initiated coverage of the quantum computing company with an overweight rating and a $15 price target, implying more than 30% upside from Tuesday's close. Rigetti, I like it because usually it does not care about the market. It's not a very much market dependent stock. So we have the second long candidate in the list. And as I see, DVG is long biased on the coin as well. Indeed. So I'm going to watch coin to the upside today. Hi, Steve C. Good morning today. Or to you. And what else here? We have some more traders in the row, I mean on the new stocks, but not too many. So I'm going to check my watch list after that. So Variant System is the next, VRNT, which is a huge mover. This is a customer service software provider, and it's higher because Bloomberg report that the company is in talks about a possible acquisition with buyout firm Thoma Bravo. This is a good news. Why? First of all, I love trading the rumors, not the news, but rather the rumors. And this is still rumors for a buyout on the VRNT, which is higher 9% with a very nice volume level. So VRNT, I'm going to give a chance for that stock to see it to stretch more to the upside. Next one, Centen is here. This is a managed care giant, which is down because they withdrew their 2025 guidance. So CNC, it's down a lot. For me, it's a little bit too much, but let's just check it to the short side. So CNC is going to be here soon to the short list. Kava is the last one on the news list, at least up 2%. The KeyBank initiated the Mediterranean fast casual chain at the overnight reading. So a nice reading for Kava. Let's see whether it can continue higher. In the pre-market, it looks like really strong. Volume, not my favorite, but I like the daily. It's quite extended to the downside and seems like we can still move higher. That's a funny thing, guys, because based on the new stocks, I have more longs than shorts. So let's see what's going to happen there. Yes, Ryan, it is. And I'm so happy I left 50 shares in on my Tesla short. Tesla is among my short candidates already. All right, traders, what else? What I'm going to still watch for short, it's Roblox. It's more than extended. MU and VDA, they are still very weak traders. We should watch them definitely to the short side, in my opinion. I'm just checking it now. So Tesla, oh, okay. My prices has not been updated very nicely. Now I see it's just shooting higher. That's not good. Okay, I was not updated in the prices. That's ugly. Okay, I'm not that happy then for the Tesla, and I don't understand why it's just jumping higher on the delivery miss. We will see that. All right, traders, what else in here? We have Apple, which is strong. CVX is quite strong as well. So the oil stocks, mRNA is moving higher. Coin, as I mentioned you, it's on my long list. And Tesla, I'm going to be careful though, despite of this push to the upside. Netflix is stronger, 0.34%, but not too much. Okay. Tesla reports 14% decline in vehicle deliveries, marking second straight year-over-year drop. So this is the main news on the CNBC, Ryan. They are so much confusing. So you need to actually read the article to get the whole picture. It's so mean. I don't like these headlines because they can be very much, let's call it like misunderstandable. So yeah, unfortunately, the Tesla seems like, at least for me, unfortunately, because I still have 50 shares. Now, I'm not very happy because now I'm in a red, unfortunately, but hopefully it's going to find a way back. If not, I'm going to close it. It's okay. So thank you for being precise on the numbers. So deliveries are better, Alemu, than the previous, definitely. So CNBC is to blame because they just made this news on a, let's call it, a wrong manner indeed. So Tesla can go to the long list in this case, but be careful with this stock because yesterday it got bad news. Also, it pushed back to the end of the day. It moved even lower. So let's be careful with that. It's going to be really mean. All right. So JP Morgan rejected Coin, VRNT, Kava, CNC, Roblox to the short side. The first ones to the long side, and Apple is very strong, as I mentioned you, which I'm going to watch. Among the smaller stocks, I'm going to watch here NVIDIA. I mean, to the short stocks, NVIDIA, AMD, it's still dropping. Meta is down too. This is very extended, and MU. I'm just going to move them traders to the secondary list. Also, you know what? I don't need to because we always watch these stocks. But about that, I'm going to watch Pinterest, Hood as well on my secondary list, plus even PLTR. So this is going to be my list for today. As I see DVG still watching UNH, Amazon, Apple, AVGO, Coin, and the rest. So I'm just going to post my list here and in the YouTube room as well. Here we are, traders. For the VIP room traders, DVG, good luck for you. Have a beautiful green day, everyone. And as always, I'm going to see you tomorrow, which is going to be the last trading day of the week. Traders, don't forget, 4th of July. US traders definitely won't forget it. And for today, let's be careful because I am expecting a quite of a high volatility, especially on the Tesla. So good luck all and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you, Aggie. Sound check. Can you guys hear me? Check, check. Hello, hello. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hopefully everybody is having a great week. Obviously kicking off a new month, heading into Independence Day here for those of us here in the U.S. And to Aggie's point, Friday, markets will be closed. So enjoy the time off, enjoy some time away, or definitely barbecue, etc. is in our near future, that's for sure. Looking more broadly at markets today, look, semis kind of doing a little bit of a retreat. We see NVIDIA pulling back a bit, AVGO pulling back a bit. Could be an opportunity to buy that dip. We shall see. Overall, markets buy the Qs. As long as the Qs are under 546.67, we talked about that level yesterday, I will likely continue to be bearish. That doesn't mean that we are in a bear market. I just think maybe we pull back further. That said, that's the same exact level I'm looking for turning around markets to the upside. The SPY this morning is kind of what I'm really keeping a real close eye on, along with the IWM. IWM ripping higher, I think, with some optimism around rate cuts, etc. This is right around the area I'm going to start building a short position for a longer-term trade. We shall see. 218 is kind of the level I'm watching on that particular ETF. Bank stocks still holding their gains. Not surprising, obviously, after their leverage ratios have been reduced. That said, I think that has a lot to do with why we're seeing a big inflow in markets, just because that leverage can be utilized to buy it. Again, cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, just merely an opinion. It's your money, do what you want with it. But at the end of the day, we will be keeping a close eye on names like Tesla today. Obviously, been trading that one up, down, left, and right as of late. And big reason is they reported total production of 410,000 vehicles and a total deliveries of 384,000 vehicles. Now you could argue, did they miss that? Did they hit the target? I think fundamentally, having Q2 deliveries fall 13%, not a good thing. However, I think there was kind of low expectations anyway. And I'm going to be watching that one for both directions. 317, 317.56 is the area that I'm watching. Again, that's 317.56 on Tesla. But before we get into additional stocks, let's say good morning to everybody. Let's see who we've got in the building. We've got Caleb, welcome. Andy, welcome. Anita, good to see you. Brian, Dan is in the house. Darian's in the house. Darren, of course. Frank, who's kind of been our early bird. I mean, you get here every day. I think you're the first one here. So Frank, welcome. Jay, good to see you. Jeff B is in the house. He's going to be waiting for me to short Apple. I guarantee it at some point here. I do like it at the 210 level, by the way. So the fact that we're up there, 210 to 212. Jeff, I'll keep an eye on that one. Justin's in the house. Karen, good morning. Lance, Lee. Actually, every time I see Lee's name, I look up CrowdStrike. It's just, I don't know why. That's what I do. But CrowdStrike actually looking pretty good for a trade today. We shall see what we do with that. Let's see, who else do we have in the building? We've got Mark O is in the house, MD, MK, Paul, Ralph's in the house. Good morning. Rick, my buddy, cue the disclaimer. Seth, good morning. Steve C's in the house. Steve F's in the house. Vincent, my buddy. Zuki, Bartos, and Ari. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Guys, it's without a doubt, we've got some crazy volatile markets. That said, we've been kind of slow. Some sideways action. We're seeing a little bit of a pullback. We're seeing a little bit of a push higher. For those guys who took some afternoon trades with me yesterday, we nailed it. We got some really good trades on, took our money and called it a day. I actually think we're going to be facing a little bit more of that. Dollars are going to be a little bit harder to earn in these kind of markets when we're sideways. So it'll go back to your principles, right? Cue the disclaimer, but rule number one, pay yourself first. Have a target, have a stop loss, right? This is, I think, a great opportunity to hone in those skills. Those big moves are going to be harder to come by because you'll likely get stopped out if you have a stop that's either A, too tight, or B, what have you. But this is kind of scalper's paradise a little bit. However, again, everybody's got a different risk tolerance at the end of the day, and it's just important to trade safe. Don't go too heavy. I would recommend against that. But again, it's your money. Do what you want. That said, we're looking again more broadly. I'm looking at semis, looking at NVIDIA here popping above 152.5. I'm going to watch that level this morning. Obviously, we got kind of run over yesterday, unfortunately, on NVIDIA. Maybe we could make up some of that, those losses today. We shall see. Keeping an eye on CRWV. We're down at 155. Do we hold that level? Great. If we do, maybe an opportunity to go long here at 155. If we start breaking down below that, I'm happy to short it. Again, Apple, I'm watching. I think this is just not the best news about what they're trying to do with AI. It's kind of just, hey, we're a hardware company. We're going to be impacted by tariffs. July 9th, which is a week away officially, is when we're supposed to have that, call to action on tariffs. So I'm going to be definitely a little more bearish here at the open. We shall see. I would like to see a bounce on the Qs, for example, up to 546.67. Attempt it, fail, and then look to short it. Coin is a level I'm watching, 341.75. We get above that, I'd be interested in going long. We stay below that, I'll be interested in shorting it. Again, you'll notice everything right now for me is a little bit more 50-50. And I say that only because, A, we're aiming lower on some of these big names. We're seeing a little bit of a retreat in markets. And I say a little bit of a retreat. We're still at all-time highs, right? So seeing a 1% correction is nothing in the grand scheme of things. So definitely trade cautious. I'll ask our community, our fabulous community, what stocks are you guys keeping an eye on today? Yeah, look at the love. Appreciate you guys being patient too. I know Scott's out enjoying a well-deserved vacation. He'll be back on Monday. So we get to tell him, you guys get to tell him good, bad, or indifferent. DVG is amazing or he's terrible when he gets back. Let's see, Jeff B, looking good. You're still holding Tesla yesterday for $295. Good for you. Good for you, yeah. It's a good entry. I know that was the area I was watching, and I chickened out. Let's be honest. Part of that is I, had put options that I ended up getting paid on yesterday on Tesla. So I wasn't too upset, but by the time I went long, I took it for a couple points. I didn't get the full 10 points that I had my fingers crossed for. Guys, look at NVIDIA getting a lift here off the bottom. Let me share my screen real quick. It looks like we've got 2 minutes before markets open. Let me know if you guys can see my screen in just a moment. There we go. Are we seeing that? Should be able to see it. Darren, appreciate you posting your list. You're looking at Tesla Circle BP to the long side, short Tesla and CNC. All right, Palantir might be done. Going down again, time to go long. Jeff B. Okay, let's. I'll pull that up. Oh, hello. That looks nice. Maybe over that 132, we get a little bit of a push there. It might even already happen pre-market. Let's wait for the open, though, I would say. Guys, market's open in less than a minute. Let's keep an eye on the SPY. 617.85 is the level to hold, or for bulls to push. 546.67 on the Qs. Start losing those levels, well, you might be looking for a downside move. I am also watching AVGO. It's at 263.75. It might actually be my first trade coming out here. 263. I may not get filled on it. I'll put it out there. 263.92. I'm going to put that out there right now before we open. 263.92. Let's see what happens. Small size. Happy to build on it if we push higher. NVIDIA pushing up nicely. I liked it at 152.5, but it looks like we're going to be opening around 153. So I'll be patient. Good luck, traders. Markets open in 5 seconds. Good luck, traders. There we go. AVGO, we're in. We got filled. That's awesome. Love that. I'll add over the close. 264. Oh, I'm too late. Too late. Let's wait. Okay, adding to AVGO here. I like it. Tesla pulling back pretty sharply. No surprise. Palantir 132. I might be too late to it, but let's see. That's not good. I missed it. Missed it. Wow, Palantir, good call out, Jeff. Looks great. I'm watching coin here at this 342 level. Does it push or does it fail here? If it fails, I'll be happy to short it. Okay. Watching the SPY now, big time. AVGO will probably get stopped out here in a moment. Ooh, do we short Tesla here, guys? Oh, there's coin. I like this move. Let's see if we slow down a tiny bit. CRWV, let's go for it, guys. CRWV. I'm going to go long here. Look at the SPY now breaking lower. Tricky moves here. I like it. Okay, I'm watching coin both directions here now. We pulled back to that level at 341.75. If we fail that, I will build a position. I should put it out there at 342.08. 342.08 short coin. 342.08 coin. We're in. Want to see it fail now. And CRWV, I was a little late to the party. Did not get my fill, unfortunately, but it still looks great. Guys, here comes the move on coin. Beautiful move. Like it. Yes, yes. I'm going to get some put options on SPY here if we continue to reject the 200 EMA. Tesla looking like it wants to try to hold 310, but I don't know if it's going to. I think we might fail here, guys. 309.04 short. Come on, coin. Getting silly now. You might get a better entry here. 310.04. 310.04 Tesla. If coin breaks below this 341.75 again, I'm going to add. But I like the fact that it's fighting. That tells me that there's some volatility in there, and I could easily be wrong here, but I'm not going to trade out in spikes. I want to see, the fact that it just dropped to, what was that, 340.06. Let's see if it actually breaks 340. If it does, I might be in it to win it on that one. Okay, grabbing some put options here on the SPY. 617 strike, expiration tomorrow. Let's hit it. I'm going to add more to those. Yep, like it. Good. Palantir, strong pullback here. CRWB, I might actually get my entry here. Let's see. SPY looking great to the downside here. Okay, being patient on coin, I might get stopped, but that's okay. Big break now on the SPY. I like it. I'm going to add to coin if we get under 341.75. We're almost there. Might have to do a market order. We'll see. I like this move. Let's get a rollover here. Bingo. I like it. I like it. I like it. Dips being bought. CRWB, let's go for it. Market order. We're going to go long CRWB. You're looking at Hood, BA is fading, Volunteer. Okay, cool. Yep. Appreciate y'all posting that. Pull up BA here real quick. Yeah, 209.06 is the level to watch on BA. Okay, I get stopped at a coin. That's okay. I don't want to see it push to 345. If we do, then I'm probably going to be in deep trouble there. I want to see it break. We tried this 200 EMA. You notice how we stopped at it twice? I want to see it break. If we break that, we're going to drop like a stone down to 335 probably pretty quick. So try to be patient here on coin. A little nerve-wracking, but that's okay. Just because it is a big mover. And I wanted to see some volatility in the crypto names. Guys, Qs are pushing higher. Be careful. SPY is also getting some steam. Keeping an eye on that 617 level, 617.65, top end of that, which is the close. So obviously Qs are now really aiming higher. AVGO looking great. Nearly got stopped out of that, but I was focused on these other trades, which helped me out in the long term. Coin looking fabulous, guys. I'm going to add here. Coin short. Big move now, coin. Guys, let's break 340 and start to aim lower. I'd like to see 330, but I don't know if we're going to get it. Guys, be careful on BA. That bounce off 209.06. Pretty violent. Pretty good. CRWB. You notice we marked that 341.75 coin level, and it's holding now. So now I'm getting a little bit nervous. Let's see, CRWV. I need to see a big push here. Yeah, Frank, it's not my biggest position. I just did a market order, pretty small size. So if it moves higher, I'm happy to add. Like AVGO right now, I'm going to wait for. Actually, I'll probably take a partial right here. AVGO. I did get lucky, to be fair, on AVGO. I was supposed to get out of that, but again, was focused on a couple other trades here. So don't want to take all the credit for AVGO, but glad it worked out. JPM rolling over a little bit here, guys. Apple's up at 211 nearly, so I'll keep an eye on 212. I have an alert sitting up there at 212. I can't add to CRW until I see a push or breakout. And then Tesla, I really think it wants to give up, but there's so many people that want their money back at 317 that maybe we push to 317 and then dump. So I'm not touching it until I see some price action up here. Let me pull up something else here. UNH was the one I wanted to short today. Did I miss it? No, I didn't. Let's pull it up. I'm going to use options on this. 320. There we go. Let it push higher. I want to see. Let's see. Buy to open 10 at. Ooh, that's pretty pretty. Yeah, I'm looking at the options right now. They expire tomorrow, so they'd be in the money, but they're pretty spready, like $1 spread. I want to see it less than that. Okay, there we go. That should reduce the spread a bit. Yes. The problem is they expire tomorrow, but I think I could get them cheaper. Let me see if I get a midpoint here. Maybe. UNH to the downside using puts here. Wait for this next candle to open. If we open above that yellow line here, I will not touch it. But if we do what we're doing now, I might grab like 10. Let's see. Just being patient here. AV7, good morning. Okay, let's see what I picked them up for. Oh, that's gross. I got a terrible fill, guys, on these put options. $3. So the bid's at $2.63. I got it filled at $3. That's too bad. So that's an instant. What did I lose on that instantly? $536. That sucks. Let's hopefully it doesn't move too far against me here. So we want this to go down. I'm watching Tesla to see what it does at 317. Coin, I like the fact that it's below this 341.75 area. Still feeling okay about it. SPY trying to aim higher. Q's definitely aiming higher. My only concern is if the SPY starts to pick up the slack and lift higher, then my put options on the SPY are going to be worthless. But we're currently short here. We're long here. We're long AVGO. We did take a partial near the highs of the session, which is fantastic. So if it moves higher, awesome. If it doesn't, that's okay with me too. But we do have put options now on UNH. We also have them on the SPY. Let's see what happens. Big position now on coin to the downside. I'm really hoping that we break session lows and maybe start peaking what the 335, 333 area looks like down near the close. But it needs to happen quick, like a big drop, so that I can breathe a little easier. Yeah, a lot of people got really bullish on UNH, but the trouble with UNH as of yesterday, the news wasn't as good as you think. So they downgraded on a bunch of these IWM, Russell 3000, Russell 2000. So I'm thinking maybe it's one last push. Obviously, who knows? Things can change, but they have severe underperformance versus their peers. Let me just read what I found here. UNH was recently dropped from several Russell growth style indices, including the Russell Top 200 Growth, Russell 1000 Growth, and Russell 3000 Growth, effective June 30th. And it moved higher. Kind of who was talking about Tesla moving higher because they missed? Same kind of concept. So what I'm trying to do is optimize or maximize on this, that maybe the algos picked up the news and thought it was good, and then actual investors come in and start to dump it, which I'm okay with that. Maybe I get 10 points out of this thing. And using options, it could be worth a ton of money. Like right now, it just flashed for 10 contracts for just a moment in time. I saw $460 just now from this small move here. So it could move pretty drastically. Obviously, it moves higher. I mean, I could lose right when I filled, I lost $500. So again, you definitely have to be cautious with these types of these trades. Here comes coin, guys. Watch this break under this right here. This either we bounce right there on that yellow line, or we take off, or we break and it goes quick. Let's hope that that's what happens, because this could be my big trade for the day. UNH, or sorry, AVGO, not bad. Took some money. Not disappointed in that. CRWV is a little bit slow. So I may trim this position in the event we roll over here in markets, but I'll be patient. Q's, again, way stronger than SPY as of right now. SPY can definitely change that, though, and give that market breadth that people are looking for to push higher. Big move now. Watching the SPY. similar thing, right? Keeping an eye on the 200 EMA. Do you see that? Let me zoom in a bit. If we start to see this really push higher, like with some force, I'll dump my put options. And there's the bounce off coin. Do you see that? Do you see how important that line is? And this is the trouble. Again, that's not the end all be all. It doesn't mean it answers all the problems that you have in your trading life, right? But the trouble is that bounce is very, very validating for bulls. And I needed to break underneath that. So if it breaks underneath that yellow line, I can easily add more to this trade. But now on coin, I have to probably dump this position because it's moving against. So sometimes it is what it is. You got to keep an eye on these things, but I'm going to be patient with coin just because it's bouncing in this channel. If it starts taking off, it'll pull back likely a little bit here and then make its move. And right now the Qs and the SPY are aiming higher, so I'm really not feeling too excited about this position at the moment. Keeping an eye on the SPY, rejecting the close a little bit here. Just trying to be patient here. Every dip is bought. Unbelievable, guys. At least AVGO is working. CRWV is working as well, but it's not moving as quickly as I'd like, to be honest. Thought we'd see 160 by now. No, coin, don't do it. Ah, it's gross. Just trying to be patient here. UNH target is going to be around 312, 311. So literally that entire move from yesterday. Don't know if we're going to get it, but definitely think that's going to be the level to hold for that stock. I'd like to see a big dump now. That would be awesome. Guys, watch JPM here at 290. It's trying to hold that close, but looking a little heavy there. I'm going to take some more off AVGO here. I'm going to trim CRWV. I don't like this price movement. Maybe it breaks out, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But I'm short right now. The SPY pretty heavy with these put options. We've got put options on UNH, and then we're short coin. So let's see what happens here. AVGO, I'm going to call that essentially, it's a runner trade. So like we could easily just get stopped out on those runners. I won't lose money on that trade. Excuse me. 212 on Apple. Yeah, there we go. Got my notification. So I'm going to wait on it, but let's let it push. 213.25 is the next level I have overhead. Is the next logical level for that stock. So 213.25 will be right around where I start building. Whoops. Coin could be literally my biggest trade of maybe even the week. If this breaks down to the close, so 335, guys, I'm gonna make a ton of money on this deal if it happens. Just need it to be quick, like a really, really fast breakdown. I don't want to sweat through this. If we bounce again off this 200, I'm in deep trouble. I just need to see a big confirmation to the downside. And then let's see what happens down in this 334 area, but I'll definitely take a partial before that if it works out. So UNH. Guys, keep an eye on Apple. 213.25 is what I'm keeping an eye on. Where's Jeff? Oh, you're long, Darren. Okay, cool. And V7, you're long Amazon, right on. Yeah, I actually like the Amazon trade, to be honest. From yesterday. They're just making some great announcements that I think people are going to start taking too. Guys, GS looks interesting for a short or a long here, 50-50. Maybe a pullback, because I'm seeing a pullback in JPM as well. All right, CRWB, I'm going to swap this out, guys, because I have now small size on it, but I don't really care on that trade right now. I do want UNH to fall off a cliff, though. That would be great. What's its low for the session? 315.99, so 316. 2 more points to the downside. That'd be great. Apple helping lead the charge here to the upside. Let's see what Softy's doing. Is this the move, guys? Please let it be. But right now, look at, do you see how important that level is on coin? It's just bouncing every single time. But if we break that, I'm telling you, it should be quick. So from here to there, it should happen pretty fast. But I mean, right now, the trouble is that yellow line, it's a trampoline. And we're seeing the SPY trying to hold it up there as well. The Qs for sure. Like, compare this SPY, which has 500 names in it, versus the Qs has 100 names in it. Look how big of a difference that is from a strength perspective. So tech again, leading the way. No surprise, right? But I'm waiting for the SPY to break down, which will naturally bring the Qs down, which will naturally bring coin down. Guys, here's the break on coin. Let's go. 213.25, guys. I'm watching Apple. I wanted to breach that level, then start my short position if we go below that. Guys, coin, I'm waiting for the close. I'll take a partial probably right here, 337 area, but I want to see an actual move. Goldman Sachs, there it is. Let's get in there. Small size. I'm going to just market order. What did I get? 706.42. Come on. Really? That stinks. And I'm just getting some pretty terrible fills today, y'all. It's all right. Let's see if we get these trades to work out. It's trouble with market orders. You see that? I literally filled right at the close, and then it bounces. That's brilliant. Thanks. Thanks, market makers. Appreciate that. Ridiculous. Okay, watch the SPY here, guys. One big candle, bearish, from here to here. In 3, 2, 1, dump. Cue the disclaimer, guys. And then UNH, I really want to see it take out the lows, like quickly though, because it's not moving enough. Excuse me. Uh-oh. I don't like this movement in UNH now. It looks like it's going to spike me out here. Come on, man. Okay, let's see some big sellers, please. Got the SPY sitting up here, guys. Should get a break right there. Ta-da! Here comes the SPY. We'll wait for it. GS, because my sizing is so small, I could probably add when we break below the close, if we do. But I'll be patient. What the heck is this coin? Come on, man. That's not supposed to happen. Markets are rolling over and it's moving higher. What? Seems a little ridiculous. What do I know? Some justification of a hedging strategy, I'm sure. Nah, it's brutal. Oh, guys, I might get taken out of coin. That's terrible. I really don't like that at all. That's not even an undercut. It's literally a manipulation right there on coin. That should have taken out the close here. That's a complete setup right there. I'm just hoping my bear buddies come in and they're feeling the same way and they got more money than I do. And they call BS on that move and just push that into the ground. This is the trouble though too, right? You can't, it's hard to go heavy on a position when you're seeing this kind of behavior, like especially on a $700 stock, let's say for Goldman Sachs. I mean, my position's really small, but even then, like, we got a terrible fill. So the good news is it's a small position. The bad news is it's terrible fill. So it's got a long way to go now for me to even make money on 20 shares. But then because it's got a 80-cent spread on it, I've got to be mindful that how big of a spread do I want to put on it from a stop loss perspective? Like, I don't want to lose 10 points on this thing. Yeah, V7, yeah. I got a terrible fill. I literally got the bottom right here. I got a terrible fill on GS. So right at the close is where I ended up getting my fill because I hit a market order. Is what it is. You call it market warbling? Warbles? Meta is looking good for a short. Let's see. Did we hit 213.25 on the dot? Oh, pretty close. I missed it, guys. Apple. 213.25 was where I wanted to short it, and it got to 213.34. I'd say that's pretty darn close. GS, I'm gonna probably dump it. Coin, I'm gonna probably dump as well. Just I'm gonna be patient, but this sucks. Like, I'm seeing what's happening right now. People are rotating in these financial names. I think people are getting a little bit more bullish on the idea that reserve currency status is in jeopardy. So who's gonna win the battle? Right? Is it gonna be crypto? Big possibility. Is it gonna be the fact that a lot of these big banks? Okay, I'm gonna close Goldman Sachs, guys. It sucks. Because now they have better leverage ratios now. Does that mean that they're going to benefit from that? Possibly. So I'll tell you what, if I get a chance of coin to go peak below 340 again, I'm going to have to take a partial, or at least trim up my position. I've got too much exposure here. And the put options I have on the SPY now are moving against. So really not feeling good about this bearish position at the moment, but I'm going to be patient. You got like the big, beautiful bill too that might have an impact on healthcare. So another reason I wanted to short UNH. All right, Goldman Sachs, you ran me over. That stings. That's all right. It's a small share size, but still kind of hurts. I'll put Apple up here. Notice 213.25. That was before we even started the day, and we're there. So pull back to 210 would make sense. And then do we continue to move lower? Maybe. So did I miss it? You could argue. You could probably get back in it now, but maybe we try it again. So if we push higher, great. Maybe get a better entry, but is what it is. What do you guys think? We're going to get the break on UNH? Where's Darren? MCD, I don't really trade that much, to be honest. It's more of like a buy and hold type stock for me, at least, just because volume's not always there, and it can move pretty drastically. Let's say, for example, if Warren decides to buy more, then you could be in trouble. Guys, we're getting the break now on UNH. Let's go. Coin, I'm gonna wait. Let's see if we test this low. I don't like that we're bouncing on this 200, but gonna get ready to trim this position, unfortunately. But come on, UNH. I'll take a little bit off UNH, just a tiny bit. Just a moment. There's coin. 340 on the dot. There we go. All right, I'm going to take some off a coin here in a moment, guys. Maybe I'm going to miss the break, but I'm going to trim my position because I want to see aggressive sell below here, but I just feel like I'm getting a little manipulated because we got SPY moving higher. Coin's testing this level. Is it a trap? I don't know, but I'm going to take some off here in just a moment. Let's see if we get the push here. Guys, UNH on the move now. That's good. SPY might take me out, though. That's okay. We'll just be patient. Come on, coin. Break, break, break. Give me the big break. Here's UNH, though. Let's go. Let's go. Great success. Yes. Very nice. UNH. Come on, coin. You can do it. Fall off a cliff. Fall off a cliff. All right. I'm taking a little bit off, guys. Just have way too much exposure on that trade. So I'm going to chicken out a little bit. But I still have a position. It's just not nearly as big. Wow. UNH. What? I'm barely hanging on to these put options on the SPY. Barely, barely. Like I like these. Let me zoom in here a little bit. These little topping tails forming. So I don't want to say it's rejection, but it's definitely not like this candle here. That's a bullish candle for sure. But now that we're getting up here near the top, like, do we start to break out or do we test this close and then aim lower? We got jobs coming tomorrow, but SPY. Come on, man. And this is why we take partials on coin. Just like that. A 3-point bounce, 2-point bounce. Like, that's crazy. Still in it. That's the the trouble. I should say the benefit and the trouble of having options. You can lose a lot of money pretty quick, or it's just an offset on, you know, say for example, like Coinbase. You know, if I was long Coinbase and short the SPY, it's easier to do that with, you know, options. Guys, here's the break on UNH. Finally. I already took a partial on it, but I'm going to see if we get a little more from the move. What do we pay for these things? 303 I got filled, and then I just took a partial at 391, so it wasn't the greatest fill. But now they're printing $5. It's not a bad return there. Up 46% on that trade. Amazon looking nice. I think one of you guys took Amazon. 404. Right on, man. Thanks, Darren. Yep. Have a good weekend, my friend. Enjoy the holiday. Maybe we get the drop. Guys, that stings. Where's Jeff? Jeff, you should. Where was the call out, man? On Apple 21325. I'm just kidding. Giving you a hard time there. Yeah, but that's the level I wanted to like tank it. At least start building a position. You know, can it go to 215, 220 by next week? Maybe, but I call nonsense on it. But can check what you see, not what you feel, I suppose. The Qs are unbelievably strong. I just can't believe it. Anybody short Tesla today? Now looks like it wants to bounce. Who's watching CNC earlier? It's on talking about it on the news right now. Oof. Yikes. The Qs are just unstoppable, man. As soon as you got over that 546.67 level, it is printing now. Wow. Big recovery, guys. To give you some perspective from where it's running now, you know, we're up 0.75% on the Qs, literally making up for the entire sell-off from yesterday. So all the profit taking from yesterday is now back in the system again. How about that? And it's done in 45 minutes. Go figure. Now the SPY catching up to the Qs. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going to dump this. A little over 618. Like we're only up 31 bips. So I'm going to try to be as patient as I can on the SPY, but it's starting to hurt a bit. Maybe I get a second chance here on Apple. We'll see. Paul, you took what long? I missed it. Andy, looking at UNH. Yeah, I'm waiting for it to break. I mean, I took a partial already, but it's all right. Like, I want to see this crack. I mean, we're, what, 80 cents away from seeing what happens reaction-wise. This coin trade is really starting to get on my nerves. I mean, luckily we got paid on it down here, but what is all this nonsense? $341.75. You see that level is marked already? I want to see what it does behaviorally right there. Like we should see, I saw some volume spikes in this area price-wise. So if we dance around this area, like, you know, then maybe we end up doing that. Maybe I'll take a little bit more off my UNH position here. Maybe. There we go. The joy of put options, I suppose. But these the SPY put options are starting to get a little expensive. AVGO though, runners are doing their job. They're just moving. So I'm gonna take this one off the screen. Actually, I'll take UNH off the screen because I'm sure you guys can look at it. For those of you guys who took it, NVIDIA missed it. Oh well, but AVGO looking fantastic. I don't know if I'm gonna add to that. I'll leave it alone for now. Let's see. Mark 61803. You're looking at a 5-minute probably. Yeah. Watching, so Snowflake, I have an alert that just came up at this 217 level. We just hit it. I don't know if that's going to turn higher or lower, but 220, this is the levels I have marked for Snowflake. 217, 220 and change, 225. Guys, the Qs are nonstop right now. And look at Tesla. Where did it go to the bottom there? 303. It went to 303 today, and now it's bouncing to 310. That's just, guys. You want volatility? There's your stock right there. No surprise, it's Tesla, right? But my goodness. Okay, let's see. I'm going to start looking at the 210 put options on Apple out in. Let's just do them next week, July 11th, looks like. So I'm waiting for those to come down in price a bit. I think right now they're at what, 206. So I'll keep an eye on it. I'm gonna start building a position there. I need to see markets cool down a bit because right now we are moving higher. The Qs are literally just ticking higher. And now the SPY just popped. But look at this. Steady buying. That's institutional money, guys. That's not retail traders. And the irony is the data that we got this morning, not that people care as much for ADP data, but it wasn't good. It was not good. Markets move higher. Doesn't have to make sense. Trade what you see, not what you feel. Nike pushing to 74 now. AVGO, there it is. Go, baby, go. I'm keeping an eye on, what is that? Apple now. We're getting up that 213 area. SPY getting expensive on me. That's too bad. UNH. We finally got the break, guys. So I'm gonna leave like 2 left. Why not? Look at the spread on these. They were up at 480 to 595. So bid ask, right? The bid is now $3.65 on UNH, which is ridiculous because it's now moving in favor, right? 5 points. So they're just trying to get people to. This is the joy of market makers. They're giving essentially all the premium is baked into this spread now. So now it just jumped $100 or to 470 because they realize people they're not gonna sell it at 360 because you're 5 points in favor on a 320, right? Anyways, just it's fun to watch some of that stuff, like how these market makers can use that to manipulate stuff. Okay, being patient on this last little bit of coin, but not by much. Let's see, what other news do we have coming out, y'all? 10:30 inventories. Yeah, oil inventories. Yeah. It's not really a whole lot till tomorrow. So this is CTA's just clicking the buy button, I guess. Can't really make sense of that, but it is what it is. I'll probably dump these put options on the SPY here soon at a loss, unfortunately, but really thought we'd get a little more resistance at the close, and we're just hovering above it. So like, I don't want to panic just yet, because literally we could, in one candle do that, which is fine. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. But it'll force me to, unless we follow through, break the 200, break the VWAP, break the 55. I mean, there's just so much that needs to happen to break to the downside now. Whereas when we opened, we were already aiming lower. So it had work to do to get higher. And man, it didn't. The Qs just, these ETFs are getting incredibly lopsided, by the way. Just an opinion. UNH, finally, guys. Finally. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful trade there. That's the joy of options right there. So we're up 90% on our options. Almost, basically double my money on it. Not bad. Not bad. They said you want to go long Apple. You're starting to sound like Jeff, man. Here's the break on UNH, guys. Too bad. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Held on a lot longer, but you know what? I'm not complaining. It's a nice trade. Anyway, well, so specifically with Apple, this 213 to 35 area, I want to start building like an option position only because it's cheaper. Like for me to tie up, let's just say, for example, I shorted, I don't know, say 100 shares. It's gonna be like $22,000 versus I can put together like an options chain that puts me out a week or so for $2,000, of which I might risk 400 or 500 of that. But the payout would be a lot more. It'd be more exponential, I would say, than just 100 shares, right? So that might be where I put together, a spread or broken wing strategy or different, you can kind of be a little flexible if you're out a week or 2 or 3 or a month. Like the trouble with, like, say, for example, even these SPY put options right now, like their expiration is tomorrow. So if we're not in the money under 617, which right now we're not, we're at 618. Obviously, it's a losing trade. So I'm still in it because it's a point, but I'm not going to stay in it much longer if we continue to move higher. The reason being is, look left. Look at this level. Top, break. Tried to hold that level yesterday. You see that? Every time we went over. So a lot of peaks happening at this level. And it just coincides with the close. So hence why I didn't really mark it up. DAIC. You wanted to point it out. All right, let's check it out, Jeff. There you go. You had 200 shares, $11. Nice. You have 2 points on this thing? Interesting. Big push early. Yeah. What made you look? Was this on like a scanner or something, or do you know something about this company that we all don't know? Just curious. Just the steady push higher, guys. So AVGO, kind of only runners that are really doing a good job. This coin position is not making me happy. And I'm trying to be as patient as possible, but man, it's really kind of getting to me. Apple, if this thing, guys, if this thing gets down to like 205 or 202 in the next week, I'm going to be a little disappointed. Jeff, yeah, exactly. It pulls back fast when it drops on DIC. Okay. And stock like that scared me. DIC, yes, you have a scanner. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking around. Like, look, the Qs are just aggressively pushing higher. And this is, when you see this, it's CTA buying. So if you don't know, if you're not familiar with that, Google it, check it out, look it up. But there's only one way this kind of 45-degree incline happens, and that's high frequency traders, and they've got a ton of money. So they just buy anything that's for sale. And if you look at that angle, that's not normal unless you're selling or buying. And it's CTAs or fund managers that are able to do that. And like we were talking about it a little bit the other day, as an example, is this a buy opportunity? Right? When your all-time highs are at $500, that's 9 points away, right? So you can go make 2%, not guaranteed, but higher propensity, higher probability, because there's liquidity up there, right? So do you go search for that 2% and just collect it real quick and bank it? Well, if you're a CTA or whatever, you could do that, but we're getting a random spike here now on the SPY and the Qs. Just a big order block that filled. Let's see if that's a baloney move, but at this point, it's safe to say my put options on the SPY are losers. Let's just see if we can. I don't want to trade out on the spike. Coin now on the move. I'm going to dump the rest of this coin position as well. Just a moment. Really gross. Really gross. Like I'm not mad that I made money on coin, but what I am mad is like how nonsensical these moves are. Like it's a trap, right? Like this is all a bear trap right here. Bear trap, bear trap, bear trap, pre-market bear trap. In here yesterday at the close, bear trap, bear trap, bear trap. And if you guys remember, we were long coin and we got paid, right? I mean, not a ton. And then like today, I was thinking like, well, it's 50-50, but if you notice, we are under the 200, under the 55 the whole time. We cross over, we get above, then we break below it, and then open much higher. So I'm like, okay, well, it's trying to get above this 341.75 level. In theory, we should have broke 1, 2, 3 times to the downside. So it's a perfect bear trap, and I'm stuck in it. So unfortunately, this trade for me is, I'll say it's break even, but it's not ideal. And luckily we took a partial, but I personally think there's just a lot of room to the downside on this thing. But it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what it's doing. So again, it's just kind of these baloney moves intraday that could get you in trouble. It's important to have that stop loss. But it's getting pretty close here on coin for me to dump it. All right, let's see. Oops. All right, Joe, it's 10:30. I'm not going to hold my put options on the Q or the SPY rather much longer. Again, I'm not too afraid of this move, but it is getting expensive, to be fair. So when I'm seeing these CTAs do nothing but buy, zero selling coming in, I've got to take care of first things first. I'm an asset manager, or risk manager, and I protect my my capital. So not ideal. We made a nice chunk of money on UNH. We made some money on AVGO. Made some money on coin, but these runners that I have left not making money, and these put options on the SPY now, they're probably gonna cost me some money here. So I'm gonna leave you guys. I'll probably come back. Maybe let's call it, I don't know, 12:30. I'm gonna go make some tea. Manage some of these trades. I don't really like when I see markets push like this because it doesn't make sense to me, at least. I mean, for a lot of people it does when you realize there's supposedly another $7 trillion that's supposed to get pumped into markets. But the way they pump it in is exactly what you're seeing here. So if you're on the right side of this trade, congratulations. You're going to make some dough, which is awesome. We did it with AVGO. We talked about doing it with NVIDIA. Now it's obviously just crushing it on NVIDIA. Huge move now. But for me, some of it's just recalibrating. It makes sense, again, for the big boys to do that. But as a day trader, it becomes really dangerous because it just slowly ticks higher. And if you're using options, in the case of my SPY, for example, your theta decay and your Greeks really start to get messed up quickly when you have very short time horizons. So definitely be careful. That's what I get to put in my journal today, is looking at when these CTAs are clicking. Like, for example, we just moved down another 22 cents. SPY went up 11 cents and my put options moved 22 cents. So it's just important to know stuff like that and have a stop. So that'll be what I take away. The dump coin took the hit, Dan. Yeah, it's there. 345, I put them up there. So we popped to 345.03. I didn't panic, but now I have a hard stop sitting at 345. So if they come up there and take them, they can have them. In a perfect world, I wanted to see this, maybe even, a little higher. Oops, why didn't it work? Wanted to see this, kind of like what we saw. Do this, do that, and then this. But now that we have this extra layer, can what I'm looking for still happen? Sure. Right? The problem is now we're doing this to here. Well, that's what makes the most sense next. And when markets are pushing higher, I mean, it even makes more sense, right? So anyway, I do have an alert up at 213.25 on Apple. I'm probably going to take one more off of UNH. So I'll leave one to literally go to zero. I don't really care. It's $300. I should say break even. So I don't mean go to zero as in lose all the money, but that was a great trade. And I've got AVGO runners. Other than that, like I'm not buying when markets are doing this. I won't do it. Unless I was in the trade ahead of time, like I might add to AVGO. In fact, let me do that right now. Just add like a small size. Just because I have runners left anyway, it's not going to kill me to add a couple more. But when you're just ticking higher, one tick above the next, it's just really hard to trade that. So I'll leave you guys. Hopefully you guys are able to make some money today. For me, I can recover from it, we'll say. It's just not ideal. Just not ideal right now. So with that, folks, tomorrow is a shortened trading day. So also be aware of that. Next week, specifically next Wednesday, I think will be the day to watch because that's when all the tariff stuff is supposed to go down. And maybe that's part of the reason. Maybe that's part of the reason this big pump is happening. But this is clearly CTA's got involved early on the Qs, later on the SPY. Now I'm stuck on the SPYs. I'm just waiting for some kind of pullback. Hopefully it happens. Maybe down to like 618. Doesn't happen. Guess what, guys? I get to eat probably like close to $2,800 loss on that SPY trade, which it is what it is. It is what it is. So with that, I'll leave you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'll try to get back here around 1 o'clock. We'll see if we have a crew. If we do, we'll maybe take some trades in the afternoon here. But Jeff, congrats. Yeah, very green day for you. Amazing. Dan, unfortunately, took a hit. Yeah. It just jumped a point. What's going on with Lulu? Okay, yeah. We talked about a little bit about that yesterday. I think the high-end consumer is definitely shining right now. So you look at like Restoration Hardware, right? Restoration Hardware used to be like $450 stock. Now look at it. It was at $180, $190. Now it's at $211. So people are just buying these quote unquote dips that are on the ancillary or fringe of beaten down names, I think. And Lulu's one of them. Lulu was like a $400 stock at one point, right? 423. So to buy it at 250, isn't that considered a deal? 50% off? Haha. Right. So I think there's just some of that rotation happening, which also makes me a little more leery about getting into some of these big tech names because they're pretty inflated right now. They're baking in basically perfection on a lot of this pricing. And again, markets could be way more unpredictable. What's the saying? Markets could be illogical longer than you can be solvent. We're kind of seeing that today. So anyhow, well, I will look for you guys tomorrow, or at a minimum, maybe 1 o'clock this afternoon. Till then, cheers. God bless.